All right, give me a second. For some reason, it's not. Is not popping up. Interesting. Interesting. All right, good morning. We're going to get started this morning. Hope you guys had a great weekend. Slept little, ate a bunch of candy, I'm sure of. There you go. All right, but we're going to get started with the word of prayer. I'm going to give you guys a little time to work on your booklet today. Okay, but let's pray and then use that time wisely. Any prayer requests? Any prayer requests this morning? Yes, ma'am. Grandfather and uncle? No updates?
No, they're just getting it tested now.
All right, so pray for Emma's grandfather and uncle. Unspoken and family what? Sorry. Cancer. Yep. Any updates on that or no? All right, so we'll pray for that. Kylie's unspoken and family member with cancer as well. But let's pray. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for this beautiful weather you've given us on Monday. And all the kids that are here, please help those who aren't here, whether if they're sick or something going on, please help them, Lord, heal them. If they're just waking up, Lord, just protect them as they're getting ready for school and make it here safely. Please bless the day we have today and the lesson that we're going to get into and start today. Just go over a few things as well, talking about you, learning more about who you were, what you did, and the meaning of everything. Please, we have some special prayer requests today, Lord. Please help Emma's grandfather, Lord, with his tests and everything going on. Please help those to come back negative. Also, please help our uncle with the situation with his leg. Please bless him, Lord, and his life and what he's in trying to move forward. Also, please help Kylie's unspoken, Lord, as you know all of our hearts and thoughts, Lord, and you know what we need and what's going on in our lives. So please bless all the kids if they have other unspokens as well. But please help Kylie's unspoken, also her family member with cancer. I know that can be tough, Lord. Please help her and her family, Lord, to have peace and to trust in you through this time and also to heal their family member. Please bless the rest of the day, Lord, in this class. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, this week, or last week, we talked about what was like the topic? What? John the Baptist is what? He's known as the forerunner of Christ. Okay, being that messenger introduction to Christ. This week we're going to be talking about the selection of Christ's disciples. Okay, moving further in the life of Christ. But what we're going to do the first 5, maybe 10 minutes, I'm going to give you time to work on those questions in your booklet in class. All right, so no talking. Make sure our masks are on in class. Okay, and you guys can work on that for a little bit. we're going to start our lesson. Not going to do too much today, but get into our lesson, introduce it, and then we will be done for the day and go over our verse for the week as well. Okay, in this lesson again, we have the selection of Christ's disciples. Okay, you guys probably did some Bible reading in that and some questions within that. Okay, but I'm going to read a passage, and then we're going to jump into some notes. Okay, in John 1, 35 and 51, if you'd like to follow along, it's John 1, 35 through 51. Okay, and the Bible reads this. Again, the next day after John stood, and two of his disciples, and looking upon Jesus as he walked, he saith, Behold the Lamb of God. And the two disciples heard him speak, and they followed Jesus. Then Jesus turned and saw them following, and said unto them, What seek ye? They said unto him, Rabbi, which is to say, being interpreted, means master. Okay, where dwellest thou? He saith unto them, or Jesus talking to these men following him, Come and see. They came and saw where he dwelt, and abode with him that day, for it was about the 10th hour. Okay, so we're seeing these men. Okay, they followed Jesus after he said. Okay, we see these two people follow him after they heard him speak. Okay, it's late, so they stay with him. Okay, one of the two which heard John speak and followed him was Andrew. Okay, the other was Andrew, Simon Peter's brother. He first findeth his own brother Simon, and saith unto him, We have found the Messiah, which is, being interpreted, the Christ. And he brought him to Jesus, and when Jesus beheld him, he said, Thou art Simon, the son of Jonah. Thou shalt be called Cephas, which is by interpretation a stone. The day following Jesus would go forth into Galilee, and findeth Philip, and saith unto him, Follow me. Now Philip was of Bethsaida, the city of Andrew and Peter. Philip findeth Nathanael, saith unto him, We have found him, of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. And Nathanael said unto him, Can there any good thing come out of Nazareth? Philip saith unto him, Come and see. Jesus saw Nathanael coming to him, and saith of him, Behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom is no guile. Nathanael saith unto him, Whence knowest thou me? Jesus answered and said unto him, Before that Philip called thee, when thou wast under the fig tree, I saw thee. Nathanael answered and saith unto him, Rabbi, again meaning master, thou art the Son of God. Thou art the King of Israel. Jesus answered and said unto him, Because I said unto thee, I saw thee under the fig tree, believest thou? Thou shalt see greater things than these. And he saith unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto you, hereafter ye shall see heaven open, and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. Okay, so in this passage we see what? A dialogue of what? Okay, Jesus talking to who? Okay, these men that we know as disciples, okay, in the beginning of Jesus bringing these disciples, these followers of him. Okay, these people that are going to be able to walk with Jesus, see the miracles of Jesus, see the crucifixion of Jesus, see the resurrection of Jesus, and then serve him and serve God after his time on earth. Okay, but in this, okay, these men are going to be used as instruments of witnessing. That's our first point. God's instruments for witnessing. Okay, the events recounted in this passage occurred the same day as the events in the preceding lesson. Okay, the things we talked about last lesson, and John being the forerunner. Okay, the word again that we read means also. Okay, so this is also happening. It is though John is saying, here's something else that occurred the next day after John the Baptist faced the Jewish leaders. Okay, remember we talked about last lesson how these Jewish leaders went up to John and asking him these questions. Hey, who art thou? Art thou the Christ? Art thou Elias? Art thou the prophet? Moses. Okay, in this same time, also, again, when it says again, meaning also, okay, during this time, these things were happening. Okay, we also see after John said, Behold the Lamb of God, in verse 29-36. Okay, the story continued. Okay, John says, Behold the Lamb of God, and at the same time, Jesus was working, gathering these disciples that will become servants of him. Okay, many people confuse the passage Mark 1:16-20. Okay, Mark 1:16-20 says this. Okay, so remember the passage we just read, kind of what it said. Okay, and then Mark 1:16-20 says this. Now, as he walked by the Sea of Galilee, he saw Simon and Andrew, his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers. And Jesus said unto them, Come ye after me, and I will make you to become fishers of men. And straightway they forsook their nets and followed him. And when he had gone a little further thence, he saw James, the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, who also were in the ship mending their nets. And straightway he called them. And they left their father Zebedee in the ship with the hired servants and went after him. Okay, a lot of people confuse these two passages. The passage we read in John, and then this passage we just read of Jesus saying, hey, put down your nets and follow me. Okay, we confuse these a little bit. Okay, the difference is the two stories do not harmonize. Okay, they're not quite the same because they deal with two separate events. Okay, one is an event of them in the boat, right? The other one, they're not in the boat. Okay, two separate times, two separate events. Okay, with this we also see John's account may tell of the conversion of these disciples. Okay, it talks about not completely when Jesus first called them, okay, but when they finally said, hey, this is the Christ, this is the Messiah, so we have to go tell others. Okay, do you guys kind of see that difference? Okay, in Mark we just said Jesus went to them, they're doing their job as normal, okay, and he said, hey, follow me. Okay, they throw down their nets, they leave their father, they follow Jesus. Okay, but in John, we're reading a little bit different dialogue where they're talking to him. Okay, it says come and follow. Okay, but it's saying in a sense of, hey, we know who Jesus is now. Okay, we understand he's the Christ. And he even tells Nathanael, he says, hey, you will be with me in paradise or in heaven. Right? We read that at the end. It's talking about the conversions of these people following him. Okay, John's account is talking about the conversion of the disciples, while Mark's account tells us of their later call to service, or when they became workers to work with Christ. Okay, Mark's talking about that service, being called out to service and work for him, where John is talking about the conversion of these men. Okay, conversion experiences differ. Okay, we observe in John 1:35-51 that we just read the conversion of 5 men. Okay, we talked about Andrew, Simon Peter, okay, Nathanael, Philip. Okay, we talked about these different men. The first 2 men heard a preacher. Okay, Simon Peter and Nathanael were brought to Christ by other individuals. Okay, and Philip was found by Christ himself. Okay, Jesus found Philip and told Philip about him. Okay, that's how Philip was converted. We see Simon Peter and Andrew, okay, they weren't converted just by Christ. They were converted by hearing something. Okay, considering the 3 avenues of conversion together, we see God's apparent instruments for witnessing. Okay, again, instruments for witnessing. Andrew and John are these different things we're going to talk about. Okay, we have Mari up there, preaching, personal work, and circumstances. All right, Andrew and John, as we mentioned in the passage, okay, they were reached and converted, okay, or they finally believed in Jesus as the Messiah from preaching, from someone preaching of the word or scriptures. Okay, we see Nathanael and Peter, Simon Peter, they were reached out by their personal work. Okay, Jesus came to them. Okay, remember Nathanael, he was under a fig tree. Philip went to him and just called him out, say, hey, come see this Messiah. Jesus tells him, hey, I knew that you were coming. I knew your name while you were still sitting under the fig tree. And right after that, Nathanael said, hey, this is the Christ. How would he know that? And Philip was by circumstance. Jesus found him. Okay, but considering these 3 avenues of preaching, personal work, and circumstances, okay, we see some things within this. Philip just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Okay, Philip was in this place. Jesus happened to meet him. Okay, this is how he was converted. Obviously, it wasn't just by chance. Okay, Jesus had a plan, or God had a plan. Of course, we know God always provides the right circumstances. God uses many different ways to bring men to salvation, but he always brings them through his Son, okay, which we see in John 14:6. Okay, a very popular verse. Okay, you probably all know it already, but it says, Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Okay, most of us know that verse. Very good verse, a lot of truth. Ian, make sure your headphones out. Okay, but this is just saying, again, quickly, I am the way. Jesus speaking, I am the way. I am the truth, I am the light. No man cometh unto the Father, no man goes unto heaven but by me, but by believing in me. Okay, whether it was an Old Testament believing of the coming Messiah, or whether it's after the death of Christ and resurrection, okay, and believing, hey, God died for my sins, he rose again for my sins, for that. Okay, but we see these different outreaches and types of witnessing. Christ's way of addressing needy souls varied according to the individual's needs and personalities. He tested the motives of the first two men by saying, okay, he said, what seek ye? Right? He wanted to see what the men wanted, what their motive was. Right? If I said, hey, what is your goal today? Okay, obviously I'm not talking in a way of what seek ye, okay, but what are you searching for today? What's your goal for today? Okay, what are you looking for today maybe, or this week, right? Some of us have weekly goals, daily goals. Okay, Jesus was saying, what seek ye? Okay, and obviously we see, okay, that they answered, and he let Peter know that he knew all about him. And they said, hey, we believe you are the Son of God, the King of Kings, okay, the King of Israel. Okay, we also see Peter being transformed. It says, thou art Simon, but thou shalt be called Cephas, meaning what? A rock or stone. Okay, and he'll later Peter was later be used in the forming and starting of the church. Okay, we also see Jesus commanding Philip. He said, follow me. Okay, he commanded Philip. He ran into him and said, hey, follow me. And what did Philip do? He followed him. Okay, it was a command. Okay, Peter's was kind of in conversation. Okay, what seek ye was your motive. Philip's is in command, where we see Nathanael. Okay, Jesus spoke a gracious word to disarm Nathanael. Okay, Nathanael's coming. Philip told him, hey, this man is the Messiah of the prophet, or that Moses told us about. Okay, Nathanael, okay, if someone ever told you that, certainly in that time, I'm sure he was like super skeptical. He's like, okay, I'll come check this out. I highly doubt that this is the Messiah, okay, the one that's going to save the world, but let me go meet this guy. He goes and meets him, okay, and then Jesus said, hey, or he says, who art thou? And he says, hey, your name's Nathanael. How you doing, Nathanael? I knew you were coming when you were sitting under the fig tree, which is where Nathanael was. And he says, well, how did he know that? How did he know I was under a fig tree? How does he even know my name? Okay, and that's how we see the conversion under Nathanael. He says, hey, you have to be the Christ. Okay, so we see these different, we're starting this lesson under the selection of Christ's disciples. Who he's selecting, how he selects them, okay, how they're going to be used a little bit. Okay, but we see the instruments for witnessing. 3 main instruments. We need to know these. Preaching. Okay, preaching is a way of witnessing. And we use this today, obviously, in churches, okay, in conferences, and youth conferences, and camps, and teen youth group at night. Okay, preaching, a style of witnessing through the reading and teaching of God's word to others. Okay, we also see personal work. Okay, being a witness. Okay, when you're out in your daily lives and meet someone, having a tract or telling them about Jesus. Okay, personal work, and then circumstance. Okay, kind of a little bit of the same thing. Okay, Jesus happened, again, not by chance, but circumstance brought Philip and Jesus together. Jesus witnessed to him or said, hey, follow me. I command thee, follow me. I'm the Christ. Or follow me and see these great things. And Philip believed in Jesus. Okay, so this is the introduction to our lesson 7. We'll get into more tomorrow. Okay, but for homework, our verse for this week is John 1:41. Okay, which we read a little while ago, but I'm going to reread it. John 1:41. Okay, talking about the selection of Christ's disciples. John 1:41 says this, he first findeth his own brother Simon, and saith unto him, we have found the Messiah, which, being interpreted, the Christ. Okay, talking about the selection of Christ's disciples, them being converted and believing that this Messiah is Jesus Christ. Okay, so our verse is John 1:41. We'll write that 4 times tonight. That's your homework. You guys have some time to work on that, and then we will be done. Okay, John 1:41. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, make sure you're doing your booklets, turning that stuff in. your quizzes. Okay, so I don't think you guys turned in your quiz from last week. If you did, I didn't get it. You might want to resend it. Make sure you're turning in those homeworks as well. Okay, both of you, I believe, Christian Halsey not as much, but there still are some zeros. Make sure you're tuning in, writing down that homework, and getting it turned in. All right, hope you guys doing well. We'll see you next hour. With this though, I have to apologize, distant learners, for some reason. I don't know what happened. The notes aren't coming up on the screen. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. So you guys are just going to have to listen to the best of your ability. All right, we'll get through this, distant learners. All right, here we go. Pull out your notes. We're starting chapter 6. Chapter 6, the executive branch. Perfect timing to talk about the executive branch because tomorrow, as we've all mentioned, it is our general election day. Okay, so we're going to learn a few terms talking about this executive branch, who it is, obviously. Okay, a lot of it we might already know. Okay, so let's just get through some notes. Okay, then I'm going to have an essay for homework tonight. Okay, just like we did that one time. Remember we did that essay? Okay, it's going to be like an essay. It's not Wednesday. All right, here we go. Okay, chapter 6. Okay, we're going to start with Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution says this. Okay, the executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States. Okay, so who is a president? Obviously, we all know, is the head of the executive branch, or he is the head, or she is the head, whoever it may be. Okay, president is one of the most powerful political institutions in the world. At the time of the office's conception, or its birth, if that word is too big for you, which it shouldn't be, okay, the title president was merely one who presided over a meeting, so the title was considered unthreatening. Okay, that's why we use that term. Okay, they didn't want to use like king or ruler or anything negative. So they use this word president, which means basically presiding in this meeting. Okay, they thought it was not a negative or threatening term. Okay, so that, we can put someone in leadership and call them a president. Okay, because people won't feel threatened that it's like a dictator of some sort. Okay, in this being voted in to president, okay, we see a few things. Okay, we have few delegates at this constitutional convention favored the direct election of the president by the people. Okay, how is the president kind of voted in? What's in this, the birth of this presidency? Okay, we have in the beginning, okay, a few delegates of the Constitutional Convention favored the direct election of the president by the people, but they feared a direct popular election would result in a tumult or disorder. Yes, sir. Like electoral votes and stuff? Yeah.
Why don't we vote then for a president?
What do you mean?
Why don't we vote for a president if it's electoral?
Because it's like a bunch of different things go into it.
So does the actual popular vote hold weight, or
Yes.
how much weight?
That's a good question. I don't really know. Off the top of my head. It's my first year teaching, okay? I'm not all government. I didn't go to school to study government.
Sure. Then why are you teaching everything about government?
Because it's facts. Because it's facts, okay? You know most teachers don't go to school to teach the specific class they're given a lot of times. Now, I'm not saying all. Except English. Most teachers do take English and teach English. Okay, I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying a lot of them have to adapt. Like sometimes they'll teach a subject and they have to adapt to something else. Okay, but here we go. But we also see again they feared this because they thought it might bring disorder, okay, or confusion. Okay, one person that proposed, okay, you're welcome, Michelle, Alexander Hamilton. Okay, he proposed that the chief executive be chosen by a group of electors selected by the people. Okay, so we see The beginning of it was the idea of people just voting in the president, okay? But this man, Alexander Hamilton, which he brought in, honestly, a lot of good ideas, some bad, some that were turned down, but a lot of good ideas. Okay, he proposed that people vote on electoral, or people to bring in those electoral votes. Okay, and what this group of people or electors that select the president are called, we should all know it, is called a...
What'd you say? Can you say it again?
Okay, the group of electors, what is it called? Electoral college. Again, a lot of these terms we probably already know. Okay, so we're just going to breeze through this beginning part a little bit. Okay, electoral college, this is the body of electors chosen by the people who in turn choose. I put chose, should be choose. Sorry, I'm going out real quick.
Well, the United States looks so weird split up like that.
I just want to change that while I see it. There we go. Okay, choose the chief executive or the president.
That's what I'm saying. It looks weird.
It's showing by the larger the state is the more electoral votes it's worth. That's why it's split up like that. I know it does look weird. Okay, they did that because, so like California, Texas, Florida, Michigan, Ohio, New York, Pennsylvania, those states, they're worth more. Okay, obviously because the population's higher. But that's how the second map is split up, that electoral college. It does look very weird. You're like, is that really the United States? Yep. Okay, everyone quiet, please. Okay, in this electoral college, okay, if the electoral college cannot decide on a president, okay, so if through this system of voting and electoral points, okay, if it does not bring out a victor or someone to be the president, the choice then is made by the House of Representatives. What? Right now? I believe the president does. And then, so Republican. And Democrat has majority in the Senate, I believe. Which polls are always wrong, so you can't really. A pop quiz? Not tomorrow. This week, possibly. But I won't let you know, but I'll give you the reading before each night. Oh, yeah, well, I can't tell you. It'll be over the reading one night. So just be ready. So when I give you homework, make sure you're reading the pages to do the homework. Okay, shh. Okay, in this electoral college, in the system of bringing in the president, okay, we see an amendment. Okay, obviously we have the 12th Amendment, okay, in the response of this rise of political parties, as we have today. The Congress of States adopted the 12th Amendment in 1804. Okay, this made several changes in the electoral process. But the most significant change was that the electors would now cast one ballot for president and second ballot for vice president. Okay, prior to this 12th Amendment, the elector would cast two ballots, both of them for the president. And then whoever was second basically would be the vice president. That's kind of how it used to be. Yeah, that would, and if you'd see, so basically how it used to be, okay, before the 12th Amendment, 1804, say two people were voted in, so say Ian and Noah were both running to be president. Okay, say it comes down to the wire, but Ian would win presidency, okay, but Noah, instead of like we had today, and they would just not have anything to do with the presidency, maybe they'd go back to being governor or whatever they were doing, okay, but Noah at the time, if he was the loser, he would become vice president. So these two people that probably had different dispositions and ideas, they would be working together. Yes. Okay, but with this, okay, obviously back in that day, parties weren't as big of a difference. Okay, people kind of had the same ideas and morals, but maybe they just had a different way of doing it. Okay, in that time. Now, obviously, we have two parties that are very, very separate. Okay, so that wouldn't really work today. Okay, but we see another important amendment called the 23rd Amendment. Okay, this is where Congress granted the District of Columbia 3 electors, the same numbers as allotted to the least populous state. Okay, so just this area of District of Columbia was given 3 electors. This happened in 1961. Okay, the Electoral College now consists, honestly, I'm not 100% sure if this is still accurate. Okay, I just kind of went off the book on this one. I should have looked it up. I think it still is, though. The Electoral College now consists of 538. Did everyone have the last note? Okay, 538 electors. For a candidate to win the presidency, he must receive a majority of the electoral votes, which is 270 total. Question? Yeah, I think it still is, but I should have looked it up before I put it in. It's what the book says, though. Okay, but Emma's favorite thing, what she thought was not important to go over today. General Election Day. So all these things leading up to what we know as today and what happens tomorrow. Okay, General Election Day. The Tuesday following the first Monday, which is today, of November of every 4th year. Okay, so basically you just go wherever they have voting, you throw in your vote, you get a little sticker. Some places give out candy. Bada bing, bada boom. Since I am not, as I mentioned, a citizen of California, or whatever you'd call it, okay, I am still residency in considered Michigan. So I had to do an absentee ballot. Huh?
You get taxed accordingly.
No, yeah, I get taxed by California.
Oh, I was gonna say.
No, it's all federal, state tax through California. Because most like actual jobs, unless you're doing like jobs to make your own money, so stuff like Amazon, it's a little bit different. Sometimes you have to do your own taxing through that. But most jobs do the taxes for you, and it's whatever the company, so we're in California, so they do California taxes. It's like Medicare, state, federal, FICA, all those are done. Oh, California's the worst. It's the worst. You know? God leads, amen. Huh?
Everyone wants Gavin Newsom out, even the Democrats. Like, I always know.
Nobody wants him.
Nobody wants him. We also have to pay
Yeah,
for
he's.
that.
I will be impartial, but you all know. We all know. Okay, but with this, okay, with voters and polls, okay, when voters go to the polls to cast their ballots, they actually are not voting directly for a presidential candidate. Obviously, you guys might not know that because you guys, I don't think none of you are old enough. You have not voted yet. Is there a question? So, like, basically, when you go in, okay, you're voting for, like, different things. So, say, how could I explain this? Okay, so basically it says, hey, and you guys see commercials, I'm sure, all the time, like saying, hey, vote for this, hey, vote for this, say no to this, say yes to this. Okay, that's how voting kind of is. It like gives, hey, do you want this to be passed? You say yes or no, and then by your votes, okay, the machine does it kind of for you. It says, hey, you're voting for this or this. Kind of like does it for you because you're voting for not specifically a person, okay, but for different things. Does that make sense? Okay, it's kind of, it is a little weird to be honest, but that's kind of how it's done. It's not like you just go in and say, hey, Trump or Biden. It doesn't completely work that way. It does a little bit, but not completely. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yep. They're all time. You watch Hulu TV shows. You see a commercial about it like every single time. Yep. Vote yes on all these different things. Hey, vote yes. Vote no because it's not hurt us in this area. Okay. Most states do not list the name of the elector candidates on the ballot. Okay. Like I just mentioned, they don't usually list the names. Okay. They list only the names, again, of the presidential or vice presidential candidates for whom the electors are pledged. Okay. So again, you're not voting even for the electors. You're not voting specifically for them. Okay. You vote for a party or the president or vice president, and then it just picks the electorals that match with them. Does that make sense? Give you guys a little time to write it down. Okay, we see today's electors. Everyone good with this note? Today's electors are no longer free agents, but are called party agents, These are who vote for the candidate from their party. Okay, electors are no longer free agents, but party agents who vote for the candidate from their party. Okay, so rather than, a lot of times these electors, rather than voting for like different parties because maybe they side on different things, it's just like, hey, I vote Republican, or hey, I vote Democrat. Okay, and this all brings us to, after all this voting and electoral points in colleges, this all brings us to, and this will be our last note, maybe a couple more, but probably our last note for today. The winner of the presidential and vice presidential contest, is officially announced on January 6th, when the President of the Senate opens the electoral votes before a joint session of Congress, and the votes are counted. Obviously, it has to be done in front of people, or else it could be fixed. Till January 6th. Yep, that's how it always is. No. Given there's millions and millions of votes.
November 3rd is when like all of the votes. That's when you.
When it's like the deadline. Really, you can start voting like before, but it's like that's the last day. Throw it in there to get your votes in. But then imagine like you had to go through a whole process of doing everything. Okay, this will be our last note. Question? I think the president is still like the president till, and it's like a slow transition, like that time, that probably those, obviously that whole time after like they find out and all the votes. But January 6th is not, they don't know until then because they haven't checked everything out.
Not really in until like inauguration day.
Yeah, because even when that's voted, like it doesn't happen like that. It's like a transition. Huh?
Let's go, guys. Leave the house.
What did you say?
Can we know who's going to be president based off of the number of electoral votes like we have before?
If it's like a landslide. If it's close, it's like it's tricky. That's what I said. So like it doesn't always work that way. It should, but it doesn't. So like that's why you don't always know. And sometimes the polls and things lie. So it's saying, oh yeah, this president has the votes, has the points, but then it happens and January 6th comes and it's like, hey, this person's president. It's like, what? How did that happen? That's why. Yeah, we'll have an idea, but we don't really know. Okay, last thing we're going to talk about today. Okay, it kind of goes with all this stuff we're talking about. Okay, we have more often than not the candidate who wins the popular vote also wins the electoral vote. Okay, this is kind of talking about what Noah was asking a little bit. Okay, obviously you have the electoral college, electoral points, but you still have popular vote as well. Okay, however, it is possible for a candidate to win fewer popular votes, but also win, okay, as you were asking, this kind of answers your question. Okay, they can have less popular votes, but if they have the majority of electoral votes, they could still win and thus gain the presidency. Okay, that'll be our last note for today. Any questions? Any questions? No questions? All right, that'll be our last note. I'll let you guys choose. We can do book questions tonight or essay tonight. All right, raise your hand for book questions. I can't tell you ahead of time. I'll say it'll be like last time. It was like interesting essay. If we don't do it today, we're doing it regardless this week. So book questions or essay? Book questions, raise your hand. Seems like everyone changed their mind. All right, essay. You'll probably want to pull out a blank sheet of paper.
Can you write the question on the board now? Write the question on the board. Please.
All right. Do I have to write it on the board? It's not long. It's not long. Oh, it takes so much work. All right. Distant learners, you can listen. Okay. Well, I don't really need this. I'll just summarize it in my own words on the board.
You're bored? Then why are you teaching?
It's not what I said.
Like, write it on, like, the board with the camera. Write it on the board where the camera is so they can just...
Yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. All right. It's kind of like 2 questions in one. So first,
Write the names and lineages of every Why?
okay, obviously these questions are going to be like subjective, meaning, or like you can, it's going to be you. Okay, it's not like an exact answer. Does that make sense?
I can just send a you and you'd be good.
One big deal. Not quite.
Because he just said you.
On the
I'm like, okay.
Just put an IOU.
Why should we do this? Alright. Because
Okay, you can't just say just because. Okay, you got to go into a little more depth. Huh? I'm getting there. All right, so write that part down.
So the user it happened for a reason. You can't vote after the fact the election's over.
Sorry, that might not be the right word I'm trying to think of.
you write your two.
I do it both ways. I go like this as well.
Okay, I like that one better.
I do both.
I know you do. It fits my style. It does fit your style.
Orange, right? They're still like a golden apartment in New York. Yeah, Donald Trump.
He really does.
I spelled each wrong.
You forgot the C. Like, that is the margarita paper.
Does she have none of these papers?
No. Who's planting?
I'm sorry, I can't write straight.
The top one was pretty good, but then you just agreed with the second one.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, it does at the end. It's like, you know. Okay, there it is. Does that make sense to everyone?
No. What do you mean by current voting?
What?
What do you mean by current voting topic?
Sorry, what?
Two voting topic is what's that?
So give. So basically, yeah. So that's what I want to explain. So basically, so the first part is pretty self-explanatory. Shouldn't be hard. All right. Obviously, we should be using what to give our answers a little bit at least. The Bible. We should be using the Bible at least a little bit. If not, not sure how good your answer is. Okay, but first, why should we use our right to vote? Okay, why should we? Okay, there's Bible verses that talks about government and voting. Okay, not exactly, but somewhat. Okay, with that, but it's your opinion. Okay, I'm not grading you on I don't like her answer or don't agree, so it's wrong. Okay, it's more participation. Obviously, there has to be facts, and they need to be right facts. That's why you do have to use the Bible for some. But the second part, that's a little bit more important. Give 2 current voting topics of each party and why it is right or wrong. Okay, so that means you have to look up both sides. All right, so on the Democratic side, okay, look up 2 voting topics. So it's maybe things they're trying to vote in or vote against. And why, so if they're voting for it, why is it right or why is it wrong? Okay, obviously, again, you have to use the Bible to tell me why is it right or wrong. And then also Republican. Okay, so one thing, obviously, that President Trump stands for, why is it right or why is it wrong? Okay, or maybe one thing that Biden and his party stands for, why is it right, why is it wrong? Okay, again, it is your personal, answers. You guys get to put your answers, but we should be, again, your answers probably aren't that great, okay, if you're not using the Bible at all. Okay, I'm not saying you have to quote the whole Bible and everything it talks about. But you should be able to find some verses, okay, that goes with and supports your answer. If not, I'm not saying your answer is wrong, but maybe it is. Maybe it's, hey, this is just a personal point of view rather than having a biblical worldview. Does that make sense? Okay, that is your homework. This will not be due tomorrow because I want you guys to work on it a little bit. Okay, it will be due Wednesday. There will be also book questions tomorrow. Okay, so don't procrastinate and do it just tomorrow night. Start on it tonight. Okay, but this will be due Wednesday. I'm giving you guys a little extra time to do it. Sir? Question? Good? Sir? For this? I mean, it is an essay. There is no specific length, okay, but I got to be able to see that you put work into it.
Can we look it up?
Yes, you can cite things off the internet. Okay, class is about to be done. So you guys could probably answer the first part. Okay, again, it's just kind of your opinion. Okay, and then when you go home, use the internet. I don't care if you quote something or part of something, okay, but I don't want to see like, this is straight off the internet. All right, I know you're going to probably be using the internet as your source. I don't care if you do that, okay? But you have to be able to put it in your own words. Does that make sense?
Cite the internet site.
If you use something, yeah, just, come on. We're juniors and seniors, okay? Just don't be quoting a whole thing off the internet. You can take like a quote or say, hey, I don't know how to put in my own words what they're voting on, so you want to quote it. Okay, I don't really need exactly the whole site, but if you want to put like the website just right on the side of your paper or something, where you got it from, point an arrow to it. It doesn't have to like look formatted right, like a research paper typed out. Like you don't have to have footnotes or anything. Okay, but you can use that stuff. You can quote it. Okay, but I don't want to be reading it and be like, this does not sound like Esther. Okay, this sounds like Fox News. Okay, Fox News posted the whole thing. No, I know. I'm just saying I shouldn't be able to look up because there's so many different things to use. I shouldn't be able to look up what you have and say, wow, they got their whole thing from toddstarnes.net or whatever. Okay? Hopefully you did not get everything from Todd Starnes.
Read like Shakespeare when like your IQ is like.
Yes. I wasn't trying to like rag on anyone. I was just saying, okay, you can kind of tell a little bit. Obviously writing is a lot different than verbal, but still. No, I know. You should. Formal, or your writing should be a lot more formal.
Too lazy to write.
But
Just like the way like when I write essays.
I shouldn't be able to tell, hey, this is straight from the internet. Because we had some of those last night in 9th and 10th grade. But we couldn't prove it. We researched, but we couldn't prove it. No, it was they had an essay in English, and I was trying to help my wife. I won't say who it is, but it did not sound like the person that wrote it. And it sounded very like quoted from like someone else wrote it. And it was like about a video game thing. It was like an essay. I don't even know what it was supposed to be on, but we couldn't find it. It's from like FaZe Clan and stuff. I don't know if you guys know what that is or not, but it did not sound like this person. But we couldn't prove it, so just gotta trust his honesty roll on it. Any other questions on this though? Distant learners, hopefully you guys got that. Okay, make sure you get that turned in. Okay, you're gonna have to put a little work into it, but it's not supposed to be something that's like, hey, I wrote a 10-page paper on this, okay? Maybe a page minimum or 3/4 of a page you probably could do it in. Okay, it can be longer than that, okay, but we're looking at maybe a page and a half for the whole thing. Whole thing shouldn't be, I don't want a 5-page paper turned in. No, you can't just be doing one sentence, no.
What if we put it in paragraph form?
Yeah, so you could do like paragraph for the first section. So maybe a paragraph is at least 3 sentences. A proper paragraph is at least 3 sentences.
Paragraph of those.
Huh?
A paragraph.
Well, I don't think you can fit 4 things and your opinions on the 4 things in 3 sentences.
There's like a whole wall of
You could break it in like paragraph for first section, paragraph for the 2 Democratic things, and then paragraph for the 2 Republican things. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, what? Yes, just put them in complete sentences. Does that make sense? You can do bullet points. It doesn't have to be like perfect grammatical, but I do want sentences though, so I can like read it. Does that make sense? Yeah. 4. Where is she? Sure, you can do that quickly. Is she alive? Is she don't walk in half awake in the middle of the day again? It's funny how those who live closest are those who are here the least. Yeah. How many? How, like 15 minutes? I live farther than you?
I live in.
You said you live this way too, right?
Yeah. I live on Hargrave. It's
Oh,
like
yeah. Okay. So we're probably like the same time. We're probably like similar time. Yeah, you're about the same. I can get to school in like 6 minutes if I drive fast. It's supposed to be like 10 minutes. You know, sometimes there's so many stop signs, so it's like, okay, rolling stop. Yes, sir. Yeah, Noah or Jake, if you guys have any makeup homework that you missed for missing Friday, if you have anything to turn in. You didn't have any homework in my class on Friday. But on Thursday, maybe, if you didn't turn in Thursday's homework, I can just take it. Yeah, they did this already. 1 through 6. Okay, we'll pick up with that tomorrow. Distant learners, hope you do well. Let me know if you guys need anything. Make sure you're turning in all your work. But we'll see you later.
All right, well, this is fun. Let's see what's going on here. Settings, deactivate, activate, device default, done. Hey, fixed it. All right. All right, welcome to chemistry. We're going to get started. We are on 3.4% composition and formulas. 3.4% composition and formulas. So the first thing we should probably talk about is what is percent composition, seeing as it's in the title. Okay? Percent composition is a composition of a compound given in percents, and you're like, well, no, duh, but by mass. That's the important part. Okay? How much stuff is in there. Okay? And so we can use percent composition to actually find chemical formulas. As a matter of fact, this is how we know certain chemical formulas. Okay? We know water's chemical formula because of the mass of water. Okay? So since we now know Avogadro's number, we know how to go from mass to atomic particles and back. By using percent composition, we can figure out formulas. Okay? So in your textbook, make sure you're on page 45. In your supplement, we are on page 50. And this is one of those topics that makes way more sense if we just start doing it. Okay? So example 3.7. Maybe. There we go. Find the percent composition of ethanol, which is C2H5OH. Okay? And you'll notice that we don't just combine the H's. That's because OH is a specific ion, right? Okay? So what ion is it?
I don't know.
See, I do, but I'm asking you because it. Look in the back. Look in your ion chart. You're close. Hydroxide. Okay? It's hydroxide. So because it's its own ion, we don't just say C2H6O. Does that make sense? Because that would be incorrect. Okay, that's not what's happening. So with that, we're going to go through and find the percent composition. In order to do this, we're going to need the periodic table. So everyone get out your copy of the periodic table, because I can't show more than one thing on the screen at a time. And you'll have a copy of the periodic table. If you don't have it with you, it's in the back of your textbook, so you have it somewhere. Okay, and we're going to look at how to do this. Now, I'm going to go through, and I want everyone's pencils down, because I'm going to go through and just listen. I'm going to go through and show you guys how we do it, and then I'm going to show you guys the cleaned up version that I actually want you to write down. Okay, make sense? That way you guys don't have to interpret my chicken scratch as you're copying. All right, so here we go. First of all, to find the percent composition, we need to find the molar mass of this in general. Okay, that's the first thing. So my molar mass of the entire compound, C2H5OH, will equal the molar mass of carbon, or 2 times the molar mass of carbon, I'm sorry. There it is, there's my notes. 2 times the molar mass of carbon plus 6 times the molar mass of hydrogen plus the molar mass of oxygen. And the reason why I can combine it here is because I'm not concerned about demonstrating the relationship. I'm just trying to figure out how much stuff is there. Does that make sense? Okay, so I can just say it's 6 hydrogen. If I take 5 and then I add 1, I get 6. Okay, so we're going to go through and plug this in. So look at your periodic table with me. I should probably actually pull up mine. That would be a good idea. No. All right, so the first one is carbon. So look at carbon. It's element number 6 in your periodic table. All right, and then what's the atomic mass of carbon? Right, and I'm going to assume I have exactly 1 mole, so 12.011 grams will be what I have here. Okay, then my mass of hydrogen is 1.008, and I'm sorry, this should be grams per mole. I wrote grams. Why do I have to go? Okay. Grams per mole. This is also grams per mole. And then we're going to add in that of oxygen, which is 16.00 grams per mole. Now you'll notice on your periodic table it says 15.999. Keep in mind 4 sig figs, which means the rounds. Okay? So just Keep that in mind as you're using this periodic table. Answer. I have no idea what you're saying. Oh, yes, yes it should. Thank you. Okay, so this should also only be 12.1 because 4 sig figs, that's right. All right, we go through, we plug all that in the calculator, and we just take 2 times 12.01 plus 6 times 1.008 plus 16, and we get that the molar mass of this is 46.068 grams per mole. However, I'm only allowed 4 sig figs. So for right now, I'm not going to round yet, but I'm going to keep track of the fact that 6 is my last significant digit by overlining it. Because it's not my answer, it has nothing to do with the answer, and I'm not rounding it. Okay, so I have to just, as a mental note, that's how we do that. We overline it. Now, in previous math classes, overline meant repeating decimal, right? Not in here. We represent repeating decimals by 3 dots. Okay, overline means last sig fig. Okay, and that's standard practice, by the way. I'm not just being weird. All right, so in order to find then the percent composition, the whole goal of finding percent composition is to figure out, well, how much of that is carbon, how much of that is oxygen, how much of that is hydrogen. Does that make sense? Okay, so hopefully this is separated. Oh yeah, I mentioned that. Okay, so that's where we are so far. Okay, you guys might want to go ahead and get that down. Okay, this part should be review, right? We did this a little bit on Friday. Maybe very little, but we did it a little bit.
I didn't receive. Can I go clean my
Yes, please do. Aww. Well, go. You got to take care of it. I mean, I don't have spares. I don't think. Yeah, no. Sorry. If you need a reprint, it's available in Classroom.
What?
Just take it over to the trash can and dump it.
Oh, you're smart. No, I'm giving.
Okay, seriously, just get it going real quick. All right. All right. So to find the percent carbon, and I'm just going to hope this is animate. No, it's not. Okay. So to find percent of composition, we're going to take the piece we're looking for over the total. Okay? That's how you find percent composition. For example, when I'm finding your grades, I take the number correct, or I don't always do this, but I could take the number correct over the number possible, and that would give me percentage. Okay? And oftentimes I'll do this for makeup work when I don't remember how many points each something was. Okay? Because then I know at least then it was close enough. Okay? And so things like that. So that's a way we can do a grade. That's percent correct. Okay? That's what that percent means, by the way. So with this, what we're going to do is, because there's 2 carbons in every molecule, then we're going to take 2 times the mass of carbon. Okay? So that's 24.02 grams per mole divided by our unrounded answer earlier. And we get approximately 52.14% carbon. Here is where I round. Does that make sense? Okay, I need to round here for the sake of going through, and I need 4 sig figs. Okay, so it's 52.14% carbon. And then as I continue on with hydrogen, there's 6 of them. So I would take that 1.008 times 6. And again, whoops, I should have an overline over that 4. Okay, because, oh no, that's right. That would be right. That's still 4 sig figs. Never mind. All right, so when we divide, okay, we get 13.13% hydrogen. Even though hydrogen is the most abundant atom in this molecule by mass, it's not that much. All right, finally, and then by oxygen, we have that 16, there's only 1, divided by the 46.068 grams per mole. And by the way, notice the grams per mole are canceling. That's how we're getting a percent. All right, and that's 34.73% oxygen. Now, if we go through and add up these numbers, you're going to notice something. Actually, no, this one exactly equals 100. If you were to add them all up in a check and get 99.97% or 100.00 or 100.01 or something, that's fine. That's to be expected. That's rounding error. Okay, because you're rounding your final answers, your percent. If you try to add it all up, it may not exactly equal 100. It should be very, very close. All right, makes sense? Okay, go ahead and finish copying that down, and then we'll move on to example 3.8. Now, this is the concept of what we're doing. The key is we can use this to go backward, and that's where it's really important. We can go through and figure out chemical composition based on, or the chemical formula, sorry, based on percent composition. Okay, it was just the one. Okay, now what we're going to do, after we find the percent composition, we'll have some in-between stuff, but what we're going to do basically is we're going to go through and take a very famous molecule, and we're going to figure out both empirical and molecular formulas. Remember, empirical is just the lowest ratio. Molecular is what's actually in a molecule. Okay, so the first one will be the ratio, then we'll figure out that based on just percent composition. And so what we're going to do is we're going to look at this chemical, and this chemical would be familiar to any of you, not necessarily if you saw it, but as soon as I say its name, you're going to recognize it. This is what caffeine looks like. This is what my blood is like 80% of. Okay, that was just a mild joke. I don't actually drink that much coffee. It just takes me forever to drink the coffee I have. Okay. This is literally all the coffee I drink in a day. One of these. All right, anyway. So with that, Okay, this is caffeine. Now you'll notice this is a very complex structure. We have a couple of rings, we have a couple double bonds, and this is actually a chemical we would study in organic chemistry in chapter 18. You're like, Mr. S, it's chapter 3. True. But without knowing any of this, without knowing any of the shape, I just wanted you guys to see what we were working with. Okay? Without knowing any of this, without knowing that this is a ring of delocalized electrons, without knowing that this is what type? Never mind. Without knowing the names of all these groups, without knowing where all these double bonds are, we can still find out the exact chemical composition of caffeine, just using math. All right, so I know I said the M word. I'm sorry. All right. All right. We're gonna move on.
His face is like,
You got me wondering.
no, it's because he thought you said the other one.
Okay. A 1.261 gram sample of caffeine contains 0.624 grams of carbon, 0.065 grams of hydrogen, 0.364 grams of nitrogen, and 0.208 grams of oxygen. Find the percent composition of caffeine. Okay, I know exactly how much caffeine there is. 1.261 grams. I know exactly how many grams of each individual atom is in there. So all we do then is make sure we're on the right program, and then we divide. That's it. You take the part to the whole. That's how you find percentages, part to whole. It's a ratio. That's all a percentage is. So we take the part of 0.624 grams in carbon over the whole of caffeine, which is 1.261. Caffeine is just 50% carbon. And seeing as we're carbon-based life forms, I mean, no, just kidding. Still not great for you. Oh goodness, we're not getting into that. Okay. Then we do the same thing to hydrogen. Then to nitrogen. Then to oxygen. That's it. That's all we do.
All those are our answers?
Yeah. But that's it. You just find it for each individual element. It's just division. So we now know the percent breakdown of caffeine. Ooh, I should move myself out of the way for the distance learners. There we go. Now they can actually see the whole screen. All right, so that is the percent composition of caffeine. Now we can take that and then find the ratio of things in caffeine, and then from there we can figure out exactly the chemical formula. Okay, we can actually do all that based on this. So let's look at how to find formulas using percent composition as soon as y'all are done copying this. But yeah, this is all that's in caffeine. It's just carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. Now, just because something has simple elements at its core does not make it a simple molecule, as you guys saw. Okay? In addition to that, doesn't mean its effects are always great. Okay? It's like using the same argument that, well, because it's natural, it must be good for you. Last time I checked, cyanide's deadly, but it's natural. Polonium is natural. Uranium is natural. Like, just because it's natural doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea. Throwing that out there. For the record, tobacco and alcohol are both natural. Doesn't make them good ideas.
Ew, they even smell
Opiates are natural. It doesn't make them a good idea. It doesn't mean they don't have their immediate uses for medicine. But like, too much morphine is a problem just as much as anything else. Like, just because it's useful in some applications doesn't mean it should be used by everyone all the time. So, anyway, as I continue drinking my caffeine. Huh? I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into that. All right, everyone done copying? Cool. All right, so to find formulas using percent composition, by using percent composition data or composition by mass data, you maybe determine the empirical formula of a compound. if we have molar mass data available, we can also find the molecular formula. So you need enough information to be able to do these things, but then we can go through and figure this out. So we can determine the empirical formula of a compound. So here's how we do this. First of all, we just based the calculation on exactly 100 grams of the sample. We assume that's an exact, we can get that scale to read exactly zeros after that one, okay? Where there's no significant figures, we have exactly 100 grams. The reason we do that is because percent means per 100. So if we assume we have exactly 100 grams, this becomes real easy math. Make sense? Cool. Then we convert the mass of each element to moles of each element using Avogadro's number. Then we reduce the number of moles to the smallest whole numbers possible. We start by dividing by the smallest one. Again, this will make more sense once we start. Okay? Then we express the empirical formula using the reduced number of moles. And finally, if we are given the compound's molar mass, we can divide the given molar mass by the mass found using the empirical formula and multiply the subscripts to get the molecular formula. Okay, this is the steps. It will make sense once we do it. So, yes? Was it what? Empirical formula is where we, for example, let me think here. I'm trying to give a good example of it. Why is my brain just blinking? The empirical formula is the lowest ratio, often used for ionic compounds. So for example, a crystal of NaCl may have 100 of each. So it would be Na100Cl100, and then we reduce. That's empirical. So empirical isn't really useful for molecules. So that's why we tend to go to the molecular formula. But the empirical formula is just everything reduced down. Does that make sense? All right. Example 3.9, we're first of all find the empirical formula of caffeine if it is 49.97% carbon, 5.191% hydrogen, 28.86% nitrogen, and 16.48% oxygen. Those are all the numbers we just found. Okay, this just got copied over. All right, so we know this, and then we have our steps listed above. So we have steps 1 through 4. That's what we're going to do. So first of all, we're going to base the calculation on exactly 100 grams of sample. Okay, so if I have 49.47% of 100 grams, I have 49.47 grams of carbon. Okay, it feels like you're cheating. It's because we are. Okay, it's because we're saying I could pick any number because this is a percent. I'm going to pick 100 so I don't have to do anything. All right, that's what we're doing. Okay. So hydrogen then is 5.191 grams. Nitrogen is 28.86 grams. And oxygen is 16.48 grams. You guys should write this down. I'm not going to have it come up on the screen. Actually, all that will appear on the screen is the notes to self of I'm going to do it on the board, and there's a list of steps. So, yeah, you guys need to write this down. Now, we're going to convert the mass of each element to moles of each element, okay? So, remember, in order to do this, we're just going to use unit conversion. I really should have left myself more space instead of writing this in the center. That would have been smart. Nope. All right, well, this is all getting erased. It's just the same numbers as given to you in the problem. You guys are fine. Okay, carbon. It's right here. There's only 4 options. All right, moving on. I don't know what to tell you there, Emma. All right, so we have carbon, which is 49.47 grams of carbon, okay? And I'm going to try to convert that to moles of carbon. And I know grams per mole, okay? We're just using unit conversion. That's all we're doing. The book shows it really funky. I don't care. We're just doing unit conversion, okay? So I know that 1 mole of carbon will mass at 12.01 grams because that's what I'm given in the periodic table. Yes? Yep, derp. Thank you. It would have hit me in about 2 minutes when I went to try to cancel it. Yeah, grams has to be on the bottom for it to cancel. My bad. Oh, goodness.
Wow.
I'm leaving it now. All right, so we're converting grams to moles. Grams has to be able to cancel, so it goes on the bottom. Derp. All right, so we're going to take 49.47 divided by 12.01, and we're going to find that we have about 4.119 moles of carbon. Now, we would use the unrounded answer here. Okay, we would just store it in the calculator. Your calculators have the entire alphabet. Okay, so pro tip, save it as the element. Okay, let me explain. I have to wait for Windows to boot up because, yeah. Here, it can boot up in the background. Oh, rats, I cannot see my screen. There you go. It can boot up in the background. Make that just a little smaller. There we go. Open. Anytime today, Windows. All right. Oh, rats, I still haven't activated this. Okay. I need to do that. It's fine. This is fine. All right, so this is your Casio calculator. There's a reason I require everyone to have the same calculator, because then I can show you things. Okay, that's why. So I'm not just being evil, and it's either this or everyone gets the TI-83 Plus, which is still, for some reason in 2020, $90-something. Why? It was $90-something when I was in high school. Which wasn't that long ago, but long enough ago. All right, where it should be way cheaper, especially compared to the computing power of phones. Just saying. So, anyway, I require the one that's $45 instead of $90. So anyway, that has nothing to do with this. All right, so this calculator here will allow us to save things. If you have a TI, it's the same principles. Okay, just things are laid out differently. All right, so we have 49.47 grams of carbon. We're dividing by 12.01, and you're all going, Mr. S, we know how to divide. I know you do. Okay, I'm sure. Well, okay, I'm hoping you do by this point. All right, so what I'm showing you though is how to store this, because I think I've shown it, but I don't remember, so I'm just going to do it again. All right, so instead of, I'm going to write the rounded answers, but I'm going to store the unrounded answers in my calculator. Now this is for carbon, yes? Okay, so I'm going to use this arrow here. Wow, that is a tiny cursor. Can you all see that? Okay, this arrow here. Let me see here. Hold on. I can fix this. All right, so this right here, okay, I did, it's yellow. All right, so this button here is the store button on this calculator. Some calculators will say STO. This is the same button. Okay, you're going to click this button. What this does is you're going to take the answer and you're going to shove it somewhere so I can use it later. Okay, so it's going to store it in a certain place. I'm going to store it in C. This is what all the letters are actually for. Whoops. This is what all the pink letters in this calculator are actually for. It's so you can store it in that name. So since this is carbon, I'm going to store it in C, because that would just make sense. Cool. And now it just reprints the number. So now if ever I need that value, I can just hit C wherever it goes, and it'll put back out that value. Okay, that's the whole idea. Okay, so that's the reason for this calculator. So now let's go back to our slide, and I'll show you guys again with the next. Whoops, I apparently hit clear. All right. Right. Windows versus Linux. All right. So that's carbon. Now let's do hydrogen. Hydrogen. I have 5.191 grams of hydrogen. It's going to be over 1 times 1.008 grams hydrogen per 1 mole of hydrogen Oops. Just those are wavy. Okay. And when we go through and do that, we're going to get about 5.150 moles of hydrogen. Now that's the rounded answer. We'll go through the unrounded answer here in a minute. All right, if you don't have it yet, I'm coming back to it, so don't panic. All right, so we have our 5.191 divided by our 1.008, and we get that 5.149801587, and that actually keeps going. It has more digits that it's not displaying. Okay, so then we're going to store this, and I'm going to use H for hydrogen. Okay, so now when I need hydrogen later, I can just store it. Okay, makes sense? Okay. Right. I'm also doing this so I have them for the last calculation. So, anyway. All right, then nitrogen, same idea. We're going to convert this into 28.86 grams of nitrogen times 1 mole of nitrogen over, let me see here, nitrogen has a 14.01 grams per mole, according to the periodic table. And we get 2.060 moles of nitrogen. That's an N, I promise. This pen is very unforgiving. Okay. All right, again, if you're not done, don't panic. It'll be back up in a minute. Okay? So, same idea. We're going to do our, what was it, 2.06? Nope. 28.86, I was looking at the wrong spot. Divided by 14.01, and we get that 2.0599, whatever. So then we're going to store this into N for nitrogen. Right? That was nitrogen? Yeah. Correct. We have to use 4 sig figs in all problems. Yes. Oh, right. Yes, even in your calculations. Abeka assumes you're using their periodic table, and their periodic table in the back is all rounded to 4 sig figs. The one I handed you is from an independent site, and it's useful because it's got a ton of extra information on it that is really useful to use and learn and all that. It's just, it's not rounded the same. So that's why I tell you guys round to 4 for Abeka. All right, finally then we have oxygen. Oxygen, we have 16.48 grams of oxygen over 1 times 1 mole of oxygen. Let me see here, and then divided by our 16 grams, right? Yes, of oxygen per mole. And this becomes then 1.030 moles of oxygen. Okay, and then I'm going to come right back to this, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it in the calculator while I'm thinking about it before I erase the stuff. Okay, and that 1.03, you'll notice I had to add a 0 actually to get it to the correct significant figures, but that's okay. What? Oh, I hit paste. That's my directions from a different thing earlier. I did not. That's directions for a test later this week in a different class. I don't want to. I don't want it to clear everything. Okay then. This is going to go in O. Whoops. Is my caps lock on? There we go. All right. So that's stored in 1.03. All right. So then I'm going to show you guys why that's extremely useful to do, because you're going to notice it's going to speed up the second half. It just doesn't look like it. All right, so this is how many moles in 100 grams. That's still not super useful. I'm looking for something that looks vaguely like a chemical formula. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide everything by the one that's the least. So I'm going to divide everything by oxygen, 1.03. The reason for that is because I'm trying to get a ratio of whole numbers. So if I start by dividing everything by 1.03, either I'm going to get to a whole bunch of whole numbers, or it'll be like wholes and halves, and then I multiply everything by 2. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, yes. I can't hear you. What?
So like we add all those numbers, then we take each part and then divide by 2. What's that number like we did in the other one?
That's the fine molar mass. That's different. Just trust me on this. Okay. So what we're going to do is first of all define carbon. I'm going to take carbon divided by oxygen. Okay, that rounds to 4.0. Okay, does that make sense? So that's really close, and that's close enough for us to just say that's 4. Does that make sense? Okay, then if I take hydrogen divided by oxygen, do you see now why I went and plugged everything in? Okay, that rounds to 5. Then if I do nitrogen divided by oxygen, that rounds to 2, and then oxygen would of course be 1. Because I'm dividing something by itself. Okay? So that allows us to get to where we can say, hey, when I divide this is the red will be after division. This will get 4.0. This will become 5.0, 2.0, and 1.0. Okay, that's how many things. Now, if you see 0.5, where you'd be running that, maybe even 0.25, okay, you would then just multiply everything by 2 or 4. Okay, but this gets us down to a ratio pretty quick. Okay, so that's the idea. We divide it by the least. So then my answer would then become C4H5N2O, which would be the empirical formula of caffeine. Okay, make sure you get all this copied down quickly because we need to get down to the next one. And I've got 1 minute. Yes, that is the empirical formula. This is not the molecular formula. Again, empirical formula is the lowest ratio. Molecular formula is how many is actually in each molecule. So we might have to multiply by 2 or 3 or something. I'll show you in a minute. All right, we ready? All right, fortunately, the next bit is a little simpler and a little quicker, okay? So you guys have all this? All right, next one. Yeah, that's what was actually going to happen. If the actual molar mass of caffeine is 194 grams per mole, find its molecular formula. Well, from A, we know that it's going to be C4H5N2O as the empirical formula. Now we need to find the actual molar mass. Well, what we do then, oh goodness, I don't have time. There's no way. There's more math here than I thought. All right, so we'll pick up here tomorrow, and then we'll jump into 10.1 tomorrow, and I'll explain my rationale for that tomorrow as well, okay? I'm not just being weird. I mean, aside from the normal weirdness, okay? All right, so we will find out how to convert that to a molecular formula later, and then that'll more clearly show the difference tomorrow. I'm just out of time, and I don't want to hold you guys over. All right, so I'll see you guys later.
starting your test yet because some of you, most of you, have not finished it. So you have until the end of today to finish it, or I'm just going to grade it as is. All right? So get that finished today. You'll have time to, in class today, finish it up. If you're not here on Friday, you have 2 days to do it, so you have today and tomorrow. But now we are going to be on Chapter 5, 5.1. Chapter 5 is a little different chapter. We're going to be skipping some sections of this. Because some of it just isn't applicable to today's. So, okay, like there's a section on reading your electric meter and reading your gas meter. We will go and show you those things, but you're never going to use it. We're going to go over how to do it real quick, but like I said, you're never going to need it. You're never going to do it. So I'll show you how to do it for the test. I may even cancel those questions out for the tests and quizzes. But, so yeah. So 5.1, renting versus buying. The biggest expense most of you guys have, most of your families will have, is your housing expenses. During your adult lifetime, you'll probably spend 20 to 30% of your income on housing. Some people choose to rent rather than own a home. There are advantages and disadvantages to both. Some of the advantages of renting are freedom to move. You can move whenever you'd like to. Availability of money for savings, and less responsibility for upkeep. Okay? Basically, if you are renting an apartment or renting a house, all you have to do, typically, unless you're under contract, is give your landlord 30 days notice, and you can say goodbye and move someplace else. Okay? If you're under contract, you might have to wait until that contract is up. If you own a house, typically you're going to have to put that house up for sale, wait for it to sell, and then move to another area. Okay? So that can take more time. Of course, today in this area, if you own a house, you put it up for sale, you're going to sell it just like that. So it just depends on the timing and stuff like that. Less upkeep. The nice thing is when you're renting a house or you're renting an apartment, all you got to do is call up your landlord, call up your apartment manager and say, hey, my dishwasher is broken, and they'll have someone come repair it. My heater's broken. They have to have someone come repair it. Okay? The roof is leaking. They have to have someone come repair it. Okay? It's their responsibility to pay for the upkeep. If you own a house, it's your responsibility to take care of those things. Let's see, what else is there? Availability for savings. Okay? Now, it just depends on the area you live in, but typically if you're renting is going to cost a lot less than a mortgage payment. Okay? It's not that case in this area. Renting and mortgage payments are pretty much right about the same. But if you are renting in a different area, you would be able to save some more money so that you could put a down payment on a house if you wanted to do that, or put a down payment on something else. If you decide to rent, typically you're going to be required to put down a deposit when you go to rent that house. That deposit is usually going to be the equivalent of 1 month's rent. Okay? So if your rent is $1,200 per month, they're going to ask you for a total of $2,400. They're going to ask you for the first month's payment and then a security deposit of $1,200 as well. Okay? That's typically called the first and last. So if you decide to just up and leave, the landlord or the manager has at least that last month's rent to go and repair anything that you've damaged. Okay? What else is there? Okay, you'll probably be required to sign a lease or a contract stating that you will stay there for so long. Okay? Some places that I've lived at, they had us sign a 12-month lease, and then after that it went to month. Okay, every month would be a new contract. Some places, once your 1 year runs out, they want you to sign another 1 year, or maybe it might be 2 years. Okay, it all depends on the company that is renting the house or renting the apartment to you. Daniel Myers and his family pay $890 per month for rent for a 3-bedroom apartment. How much rent do they pay annually? Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to take 890 divided by, or multiply it by 12, and you're going to get $10,680. Shirley Daughtry rents a mobile home for $400 per month. When she renews her lease, the rent will be increased by 15%. What will the rent be per month after the increase? So we're going to take 15%, multiply it times 400, and then add that to the 400, and you're going to get a new payment of $460 per month. Okay? That's the other thing about renting. When your contract runs out, the company, your landlord, is free to increase the rent after your contract runs out. So, if you have a 12-month lease, the landlord can say at 11 months, by the way, when your 12-month lease runs out, we're going to charge you an extra $100 per month. And they're free to do that. But you know what? You're free to say, okay, I'm going to go find someplace else to rent. Okay? So that's how that works with renting. The landlord is free to increase the rent whenever he would like, as long as within the contract or after your contract is up. But you are also free to say, I don't like those terms, I'm going to go find someplace else. One place I was renting here in town, we lived there for 2 years. Landlord came to me and said, hey, by the way, your contract is up in October. This was beginning of the summer. And he said, I'm going to be increasing your rent $400 a month after October. So my wife and I spent the whole summer finding a new place to live because we weren't going to pay an extra $400 a month for where we were living. Okay? So we're going to go ahead and work on some of these problems here. Number one, monthly rent is $725 per month. How much is it annually? $8,700. If the rent is $980 per month, what is it? What is that? $11,760. Over here on this side, the monthly rent is $640. What's the annual rent going to be? $7,680. Okay? Homework for tonight is going to be the word problems. Homework for tonight is going to be the word problems. Then we have plenty of time left in class. What you guys can do is if you're not done with your test, you can work on your test right now, or you can take it during lunch. But since you guys forgot to take it during lunch on Friday, I suggest you use this time right now. If you're watching online, make sure you come in to pick up your work for the week.
And the Italian sonnet, that's on page number 69. Sir, uh, Thomas, okay, hopefully that works a lot better now, but you do need to know who introduced the Italian sonnet, which is Sir Thomas Wyatt, and then the English sonnet form. He was also the inventor of blank verse, which was Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey. We're on page 69 now, okay? And then just different people like Sir Philip Sidney, Edmund Spenser, William Shakespeare. Okay, those are just the people in the rest of the work. Know what they wrote. Philip Sidney wrote Leave Me, O Love. Robert Southwell wrote The Burning Babe. Ben Jonson, he was England's first poet laureate, page 71. Okay, just authors basically. And then in pages 66 to 81, you do need to know those terms. So the sonnet, what's it called? The pastoral. You don't need to know what a madrigal is because there's not really a term, but we do know madrigals are songs that were sung. Okay, and then basically William Shakespeare. I'm not going to make you guys know the differences between the Italian and the English, not for the quiz, but just be familiar with those for the test. Okay, and then just authors, and then you do need to know the essay. Okay, essay is usually a work of moderate length. We need to know that Sir Francis Bacon was the one who introduced the essay. And then that is it for our quiz. But then if you guys want to take out your notes, or maybe you can, I'll let you take out your phones to take a picture of the review for our test on Thursday. Okay, because this unit has a lot of terms to know and people. So that'll hopefully help you guys. And then that way you can go back with your phones and look at it. Oh. Okay, so people to know. Sir Thomas More. Okay, he wrote Utopia, the first Utopia we introduced that to English literature. Okay, obviously Utopia means no place. We discussed it at the very beginning, and that seems so long ago already. But Sir Thomas More, Utopia. John Fox, obviously he wrote the Book of Martyrs, Fox's Book of Martyrs. Edmund Spenser, he wrote The Fairy Queen. Okay, Christopher Marlowe, he wrote Dr. Faustus, and then the one about the Passionate Shepherd. If you guys want to take a picture of this, you can. Sir Walter Raleigh, he wrote The Reply, the nymph's reply to her shepherd, or to the shepherd, and then on the verses from the Bible, from his Bible, on the life of man, that's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sir Philip Sidney, he wrote some poems, Leave Me, O Love. He wrote the first piece of English literary criticism, so you do want to know about that, with Philip Sidney. Robert Southwell, he wrote The Burning Babe. Ben Jonson, he just wrote 2 poems, A Song to Celia and Hymn to God Our Father. That was England's first poet laureate, so you do want to know him. And then William Shakespeare, obviously one of the greatest writers of all time, if not the greatest writer of all time. Okay, he wrote the sonnets, different things like that. And then Sir Francis Bacon, we just said that he wrote the essay of studies on page number 81. Okay, and then the first essay in English literature, that is Sir Francis Bacon. Everybody good on this? Okay, next, plots to know, basically the storyline. You need to know the Book of Martyrs. Okay, who was the doctor in the Book of Martyrs class? Does anybody remember? Taylor, Dr. Roland Taylor. Okay, remember he was happy the whole time, then he was burned at the stake, different things like that. That's the Book of Martyrs. The Fairy Queen, you need to know what happens. Basically, you do need to know the people or the characters, who the Red Cross Knight depicts, who Una is and what she represents, which is what class? Does anybody remember? Truth. Okay, who Gloriana was and who she was represented, or who Gloriana represented, and obviously that was Queen Elizabeth, but she was Gloriana in the Fairy Queen. Okay, and then the dragon's name is Error. Dr. Faustus, you just need to know what happens to him, if he was dragged to hell, how many years did he say Mephistopheles needed to serve him. How many years, class? Does anyone remember? 24 years, good. Okay, just the plot of that story, Dr. Faustus. The passionate shepherd to his love. Okay, same thing with that, what he offered. Okay, the basic theme of that, which obviously is the things of this earth will fade. He's offering her material possessions. Okay, and then the nymphs reply to the shepherds, kind of contrasting there. Okay, he's saying how the things of the earth that he's offering, if those lasted, then of course she would be his love, but on those actually don't last forever. So that is the nymphs reply to the shepherd. And then essays, we discussed this on Friday, so Jake and Noah, since you weren't here, okay, make sure that you know the chief uses of the studies, which is delight, ornament, and ability. That's in the first lines on page 81. Okay, and the chief dangers, it's for the dangers is to spend too much time in studies is sloth, to use them too much for studies or for ornament is affectation, and to make judgment wholly by the rules is the humor of a scholar. Okay, make sure you're knowing that plot, but I'll go over the notes with you if you want after class really quickly. Those are the plots to know. Okay, themes to know. We talked about themes throughout this unit. Okay, on the life of man, the theme is the brevity of life, or the uselessness of life, or how it doesn't last. It's kind of pointless. Okay, leave me a love. That is the one where it's the excellence of eternal spiritual love over all other kinds of earthly love. That is from Sir Philip Sidney on page number 69. Okay, that's basically saying eternal love lasts longer than earthly love. The theme of Balthazar's song, that's the one where it's talking about the lady's grief being caused by inconstancy of men. Sonnet 29, remembrance of his friends brings joy. Sonnet 116, true love endures and doesn't shift with change or passing of time. That is the one where he's talking about the marriage of the true minds. It's talking about how true love doesn't change, it lasts forever, even with any alteration or altercation. Okay, and then Sonnet 146, this focuses more on the inward soul than more on the outward physical body. That's where he's talking about, poor soul, the center of my sinful earth, why am I always trying to make you better when your body in the end will fade away and everything that's on the inside will last for eternity. Okay, so So that is Sonnet 146. Everybody have this one? Oops. Just a few more minutes. These are themes, writing them down, maybe starting them in your notes or writing them next to the page, next to the work title on the page. You got this, Michelle? Let me know when you guys are done. You guys good? Esther? Okay. Then some terms to know. Just know the English Renaissance period. Okay. Obviously, this was back in our intro to the English literature era, or the English Elizabethan era. Okay, but what about the English Renaissance? Obviously, it's like an age of enlightenment that was during the time of the Tudor age, the Elizabethan period, different things like that. That's the English Renaissance. That is the most significant fact. The Renaissance came at the same time of the Reformation. Remember, we talked about Protestantism, the clashes between the kings and the queens. Okay, obviously, King Henry VIII, he married Anne Boleyn because his first wife didn't give him a son, and his first wife was Catholic. Since the Catholic Church didn't agree with Henry VIII, he kind of separated from the church, and then he was open to the Protestant era. Okay, that was during the English Renaissance and the Tudor age. You do need to know what the term utopia means. It means no place in Greek. Sir Thomas More developed the first utopia in English literature. What a rhyme and a rhythm is. Know the differences between those. Some of us put what rhyme was for rhythm. Rhyme is the regular occurrence of sounds. Rhyme is the correspondence of sounds. Rhythm is the regular occurrence of sounds. Okay, so rhyme is just basically sounds the same. Rhythm is when it appears throughout the work. Okay, so know the differences between those. End rhyme, obviously those are rhymes that come at the end of a line. If that doesn't give you a hint, okay. End rhymes comes at the end. Meters, those are basically the measurement, okay, measurement for works of poetry. Foot, these are how many, it says feet are the pattern in a line of poetry consisting of one accented syllables and one or two unaccented syllables. Those are basically how many syllables are there within the work. Meter is the measured rhythm of a poem. So obviously there are iambic meters. I won't test you over the differences between those, but know the terms. Okay, meter, foot, blank verse, obviously those are unrhymed iambic pentameters. Okay, you do need to know the drama, what kind of genre that was, but also the parts of the drama. So you need to know stage directions, dialogue, soliloquy. That's on page 64. Okay, page 64. Then the sonnet, obviously a 14-line poem. A pastoral, that's the one dealing with the shepherds. And then the essay, that is on page number 81, and it's usually a work of a moderate length in which the writer tries to develop his own thoughts on some subject. Okay, that is the essay. Okay, if you don't have any pictures of these, I would, just so that you can study for your test on Thursday, or at least trying to write them down. Okay, some people to know. William Tyndale. Okay, obviously we know the authors, but the people, what they did, he influenced the translation of the King James Version. Miles Coverdale did the first printed English translation of the entire Bible. Edmund Spenser. He introduced the romantic allegory with the fairy queen. Okay, obviously we know the romance was already in existence during the medieval period, but the romantic allegory was developed more by Edmund Spenser. Okay, Sir Thomas Wyatt, he gave England the Italian sonnet form, and then we already said this, Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, he was the inventor of blank verse and the English sonnet form. And then obviously William Shakespeare, you do need to know him. He was the greatest writer of all time. Ben Jonson, England's first poet laureate, and then Sir Francis Bacon wrote the first English essay. Everybody have this one? Okay, make sure you just star these in your notes or in your book or highlight it. Do you have these, Noah? Writing them down? Esther? Writing them down? Let me know when you're done. Okay, William Shakespeare, greatest writer of all time, Ben Jonson, Sir Francis Bacon. And then the last one we do need to know is just the characters. We kind of already went through this. Dr. Roland Taylor was from what work class? Good. The Book of Martyrs, the Red Cross Knight, Una, Gloriana, they're from the Fairy Queen. Error, he's from the Fairy Queen. And then who was Mephistopheles from? Good, Dr. Faustus. Everybody have this one? Okay, and that's the characters. So that is for your test on Thursday. Okay, we'll still review tomorrow and Wednesday. All right, but make sure you're already studying for your test on Thursday. Any questions about that? Nope. Awesome. Okay, go ahead and take out your vocab books. Everybody have this? Almost done, Noah? Okay, for your vocab. One more second. Okay, we do have our quiz 3 tomorrow. Does anybody have any questions on that? Okay, list number 3. Everyone turn to list number 3 in your vocab books. Or unit 3. Okay, we should have been studying these, but make sure you guys know your definitions and your roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes, okay? One thing about 11th and 12th grade, it's a good thing you guys don't have any spelling words to memorize, so just focus on vocab. Okay, abdicate, to officially renounce power or neglect, to complete a responsibility or a duty. Abdicate, you're basically maybe forfeiting something or giving it up. That's what abdicate means. Augment, to make greater, as in size, quantity, and strength, to supplement. Think of maybe if you're working out, something that'll help you with working out is maybe whey protein. That'll help augment your muscles, make greater in size, strength. Okay, elucidate, to make clear or plain, especially by explanation. Basically, when you're breaking things down, you're elucidating it to make it simpler to understand. That's elucidate. Okay, impeccable, not capable of sin, faultless. Maybe you can think of Jesus Christ. When you think of the word impeccable, obviously he's faultless, so he's impeccable, not capable of sin. Indomitable, not easily discouraged or defeated. Unconquerable, so maybe domination comes to word. You're not easily dominated, indomitable, you're unconquerable, okay? Insurgent, rising in active revolt against constituted authority. I don't know if you guys read those books, Insurgent, Divergent, if you guys ever read those series, but Insurgent is basically where they rise up against the system. Okay, Insurgent, same thing, maybe you can think of that, rising up against maybe a bad government. Penitent, that is remorseful, feeling sorry for your sin. Maybe think of a holy man, penitent. They're willing to repent. Pestilent, we kind of already can piece that together in our minds. That's kind of a tendency to destroy life, maybe with pestilent bugs like locusts, grasshoppers, different things like that. Okay, tending to destroy life. Dangerous to the moral, social, or political welfare of society. Procrastinate, I think we're all familiar with that one, myself included. Okay, that's putting off something until tomorrow or a future time, postponing things. Ruminate, to chew the cud, to meditate, to reflect on. I don't know if you guys think of this in your mind. When I think of words and their definitions, I kind of think of clues to help me remember them. In my mind, don't make fun of me, I thought of a cow and how they say moo. So you can say like ruminate. You see what I did there? Okay, maybe that'll help you. With chew the cud, obviously cows chew the cud, so maybe that'll help you remember what that means. Okay, strident, loud, harsh, grating. Cud is like grass. Okay, you know how like cows have like 5 stomachs? How many cows? Or 3 stomachs? 2 stomachs. Okay, and then when they first eat grass, it's like it goes to one stomach and then it like goes back to their mouth and they chew it and then it goes to like the next stomach. Yes. Did you not know what that, like, okay. But anyway, so to chew the cud is basically a term referring to cows. So if this will help you remember chewing the cud, okay, ruminate. Okay, well, you guys will remember that one when it comes to the quiz, okay? Ruminate, think of a cow chewing the cud, meditate or reflect on, all right? Strident, loud, harsh, grating, vulnerable, susceptible to wounds, open to attack. We already know what vulnerable means. Okay, strident with number 11, loud, harsh, grating. Maybe, I don't really know how to help you remember that one, so just study that one because there are no clues to help you with that. But list number 3, and then go to page 23. No. Okay, prefixes, roots, and suffixes. Hypo is under, maybe hypoglycemic. That'll help you. It's like under, sugar, different things like that. Ob, against, toward, completely. I don't know how to do that one either. What? Objecting. Okay, yeah, that could probably help you. Pro, obviously we're pro-life, pro whatever you want to be for. Okay, that is for, before, forward, you're pro this, okay? Super, sir, over, above, beyond. That'll probably help you because super maybe will be something, I don't know, beyond your imagination. That could probably help you with the prefix. Roots, am, to love. Cap it or sip it, your head, maybe decapitate. That'll help you. Okay, jack or eject, like eject. So throw. Move, mot or mob, to move. Mov, move. Okay, that'll help you. Path, feeling, suffering, disease. Disease, maybe like a pathogen or like that is a disease or a germ or something. Proto, first, original, primitive. Sci, to know, think of science, knowledge. Ven or vent, to come, so maybe like an event. You can come to an event, maybe that'll help you. Suffixes, able to be. 8-1, to make, to act, etc. 8-2, having the quality of, and then 8-3, one who, that which. So know the differences between that. Okay, are there any questions about this? Nope. All right, go ahead and study these tonight for homework. That is for your quiz tomorrow. Okay, let's pull out grammar. Grammar, for those of you who still need to take the quiz, Noah and Jake, it's basically over the differences between phrases and clauses. Obviously, clauses have what class? What do clauses have that phrases don't? Subjects and verbs. Okay, so subjects and verbs, then participles, gerunds, and infinitives. Oh, so I'm going to erase those so I can put those back up on the board for you, if that'll help. And then sentence structure. So a simple, compound, complex, or a compound sentence. Okay, so I can give you those after class that you can take real quick. And then everyone else, let's review diagramming. So I'll put some sentences on the board that will probably help us. Let me take this down. Okay, we have a few minutes left. All right, go to page number, section 8, page number 8.1, okay, or page number 36, 8.1, section 8, diagramming. Obviously, subjects and verbs, those are pretty simple. 8.1, subjects and predicates. Subjects go where, class, on the line, left or right? Left side. Okay, you read that first. Verbs go on the right side of the line. That's pretty simple. How do we diagram understood words? With an X. Good. Okay, so those would be in maybe imperative sentences. If I'm telling you guys to do something, my subject would be an understood you. Okay, single word modifiers, where do those go? Underneath the line. Good. On a slanted line under what? Good. Whatever it's modifying. So subjects, verbs, any modifiers, these would be adjectives or adverbs. Okay, adjectives and adverbs always go on slanted lines like this underneath the word they're describing. Doesn't matter if it's describing a verb, doesn't matter what it's describing. If it's another adverb describing an adverb, it's always, always, always underneath the word that it's describing. Okay? So adverbs can go underneath on a slanted line on adverbs. That's how we diagram adverbs. Okay? How do we diagram prepositional phrases? Who remembers? Okay, we do have a slanted line. Let's say the preposition is describing the verb. Okay, this is my preposition. What goes on this line? Good. The preposition goes on this line. Where does my object go? Good. On a straight line. Object of the preposition. Okay, and then any modifiers, like we said, doesn't matter what it goes to. It just goes to the word that it's describing. So adjective. Okay, objects of the preposition are always nouns. Obviously, they're objects. So these would most likely be adjectives describing your OP. Okay, those are prepositional phrases. Complements of the verb. Where do my DOs go? Can I have this, please? Good. On a straight line. Good, good. Okay, DOs this way. How do I diagram PN or PA? Good. On a slanted line. Okay, going back to the subject, PNs / PAs. Okay, those are predicate nominatives or predicate adjectives. Going back to direct objects, how do I diagram an indirect object? Where do those go underneath? Who remembers? Jaylene, do you remember? Good, underneath the verb. So if I have a DO, obviously it goes straight up. Okay, if I have an indirect object, it will go underneath my verb. Okay, on a line, IO. That's where I diagram my IOs. Okay, how do I diagram OCs? Objective complements or object of the complement. Does anybody remember? Okay, on a slanted line after the DO. Remember that. Okay, that's where I diagram OCs. Okay, then obviously PNs, PAs go there. Compound sentence parts. What do I draw to diagram a compound subject? Good. A rocket. Okay, rocket's like this. You still need your divider, your verb. Okay, subject 1 goes on this line, subject goes on this line. What else goes in this little roof area? Good. The conjunction that joins the subject. So Esther and Michelle. Esther would go here, Michelle go here. Conjunction, the word and goes there. Okay, that's how I diagram my conjunctions. Same thing with my compound subject and compound verbs. It would just have another rocket if I had a compound verb on this side. Okay, same thing with compound adverbs. All right, notice how on 8.11 it's not on a rocket. That's only because both of those adverbs are describing the same verb. Okay, so simply, powerfully, they are both describing spoke. So you can just connect those with the word but. But if it's simply was describing spoke and powerfully was describing another verb, then you would do powerfully underneath that verb. Okay, so that's how you diagram those. Indirect objects, same thing on a rocket. Okay, indirect objects go where? Good, underneath the verb. If there's 2 indirect objects, I would diagram them on a rocket. Okay, that's how I do indirect objects, I-O and I-O. Okay, participles. How do I diagram participles, class? Does anybody remember? We put a thing and a thing and a thing. Okay, so what are participles used as all the time? Adjectives. Okay, so they can only go to nouns and pronouns. So let's say my participle is modifying or describing my subject. Okay, notice how on indirect objects and like maybe prepositions, okay, they have a little tail right here. Okay, that'll be extended, but with participles there is no tail, so it would just be like this. Okay, just like that, participles, and then it would go on a slant. The thing would go on the thing with a little thing. Okay. Participles would be diagrammed like this on a slanted line with a curve. Okay, but no tail. Those are the differences between IOs with prepositions, different things like that. Okay, how do I diagram gerunds? On stilts, but mostly with a, does anybody remember? A stair stepper, okay? The reason why I say a stair stepper obviously is because it has this little thing. Okay, that's where I would diagram my gerund. Okay, if it was used as the subject, it would go on stilts. Okay, my verb, gerund here. All right, that's how I diagram gerunds. Okay, if it's used as in a positive, I would do it in parentheses by my subject, different things like that, okay? But gerunds always go on a stair step, okay? Participles go on a slanted line, gerunds go on a stair step. How do I diagram infinitive phrases? Okay, they would still be on a slanted line, but they also have a tail. Okay, if they're used as the subject, they go on stilts. Okay, if they're used as maybe in a positive, I don't know if they would ever be used as in a positive. I guess it could be. Okay, but it would go on a stilt here. Okay, what consists of an infinitive, class? 2 would go here, and then my verb form would go here. Okay, that's how I diagram infinitives. Okay, infinitive phrases. Now, let's talk about noun clauses. Okay, mark this in your book. This probably will help you. The words that, whether, and if are always diagrammed on a floating line, just like 8.24. Okay, 8.24, you see how whether is kind of above the clause. All right, obviously, what do clauses have that phrases don't, class? Subjects and verbs. So, my independent clause or my dependent clauses will always go with a subject and a verb. Okay, subject and a verb, same thing how we diagram those, but the words that, whether, and if are always on floating lines above their diagram. So for example, whether we travel by train or plane has not been decided. Whether is above, you guys see that on 8.24, whether is above its diagram. If you guys look at page number 45 with the word that is going above its diagram, just like this. Okay, I put it on stilts. Okay, my clause is here. Subject, verb of my clause. Okay, but notice how it goes here, then here. It's always that, whether, and if. Okay? These words always go on a floating line above my diagram. Okay? Those are noun clauses. Okay? Then obviously if that was used as the subject, and then verb, and then all my other complements there. Okay? So you would just put the stilts wherever it's used as. Okay, those are how I diagram clauses. Look how we diagram adjective clauses. Okay, what do adjectives describe, class? Nouns and pronouns. Good. Okay, so notice how adjective clauses are always connected by a dotted line. Okay? See how God, who created the universe in 8.29, that's connected by the word who. Okay, who is an introductory word or relative pronoun. Okay, that is used as the subject within the clause, the dependent clause, but the entire clause itself is describing the subject God. So that is why God and who are connected. Okay, same thing with about which. The word which, about which much has been written, is talking about battle. The word which is describing battle. That's why it is connected by that dotted line. So adjective clauses, they describe nouns and pronouns. Whatever word it's describing, that's how you connect them. Okay? With adjective clauses, I will not write the words or the introductory word on the dotted line. Those are adverb clauses. Okay? Look on page 46 and 47. Okay? Sorry, just a few more seconds. Okay? Adverb clauses, if you notice, 8.34, the subordinating conjunction is listed on that line. Okay, same thing with 8.35, 8.36, okay? The word that it's describing or it's connecting the two clauses is listed on that dotted line. So notice how adjective clauses, it's just connecting to that line. Normally with adjective clauses, the word is going to be used somehow within that sentence, okay? So whether it's the DO, whether it's the subject, whether it's maybe an IO or something like that, okay? Whatever word it's describing, that's how you connect it, but it will have a use. Adverb clauses, it's just connected on that dotted line, okay? Those are the differences between adjectives, adverbs, and noun clauses. We'll practice those more tomorrow, okay? Are there any questions? Okay. Alrighty, well, you guys are dismissed.
right, well, hello. Okay. All right, for Algebra 2 today, you guys just have a work day. So you guys are working on your Chapter 2 review, which is due tomorrow. We'll be graded and returned to you tomorrow. That's kind of why we're doing that. And then Test 2 will be Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, so Wednesday, Thursday is your test, but your Chapter 2 review is due tomorrow. Green problems assigned, non-green problems bonus. And that's basically it. So I'll see you guys later.